welcome everyone, Stormy Sensei here. It's an odd time for me to be playing. It's middle of the day on a Monday. We're going to be playing some Honkai Star Rail. I was sick all weekend. Yeah, like super nauseous. Hurled a couple of times, actually more than a couple of times. So I was like unable to really do anything over the weekend. So I'm taking a personal day to relax. Stomach's feeling better. Got my Gatorade, my chicken soup here. And I'm gonna do some streaming. Played some Pokemon Unite earlier with Poncho. We got N7 in chat. Hey there, welcome in. That's really as much as I zoom in? That's so zoomed in, I feel like. I sure hope that there wasn't a good curio in here. Like the price reduction, alright, good. I think, yeah, that actually will be good. It'll pay for itself eventually. After 3 trips. Am I crazy? Why is it so close to me? So many to count. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nice. The hunt one was also pretty good as well. I should have used marches. That's okay.
Feeling lucky.
I think I'm at the end of the thing almost.
maybe I'll take it off.
I'm gonna kill them before they even get a single turn. Yep, we killed them before they even got a single turn. What even is this for? It's like specifically for Triby and Maide together? For Casterus and Sunday together? Sorry, just got a message from my daycare. Just checking up on that. Oops, I forgot to enhance my stuff. Oh well. I should have done it beforehand. I got my controls for a moment here. Avoiding the beams. This is where the Curio comes in handy. Surely with my tiny body, I'll be able to avoid the beams. I was pretty lucky. Usually it's not that easy. no way I'm gonna need that, but sure, I'll take it.
Oh, the bigger the risk, the better the reward.
I probably should have used a Iridition team here, but that's okay. This will be just fine. Hey, Lobster.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
I venture forth to hunt. Forever triumphant! Check, check. Victory is inevitable!
Time to show you what I can. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, list card. Watch this! It's coming. I heard a west wind. Away we go!
I venture forth to hunt. Forever triumphant! Check. Victory is inevitable!
Time to show you Azure Dragon, White Tiger, list card. Watch this!
What do you think the collab worth pulling for? I have no idea. I don't know their kits yet. I know that one's a Quantum Hunt,
Or maybe
which will be
I'll take it
nice,
all.
and another is going to
Watch
be
your head.
I venture forth to hunt. Forever triumphant!
destruction of some kind.
Is it coming? I heard a west wind. Away we go!
High stakes, high rewards.
Fangs and claws got dull. The fear knows not fear. I won't do.
Watch closely.
I just realized I never gave March a Shifu.
Hedge your bets.
I won't do.
I could take 10 of you. Nice job. Underestimating us will cost you.
I venture forth to hunt. Forever triumphant! Victory is inevitable!
It's okay. I heard that the Genshin collab was really terrible, though, right? That's the one that everyone's like, wow, this character's so bad.
I venture forth to hunt. Forever triumphant! Check. Victory is inevitable!
Oh, I get it. Time to show you what I can really do.
5? I have to get through 5 of these?
List card. Watch this.
I venture forth to hunt. Forever triumphant! Check. Victory is inevitable! I venture forth to hunt. Forever triumphant! Victory
sort of requirement for PlayStation would run Genshin on their hardware or something. And gradually did a collab and gave the character for free just to get it over with. That probably explains why the character's so bad, because it was kind of a forced thing. Like, I can totally get the developers being like, yeah, okay, like, we have to do this, and we're getting paid to do this thing we don't want to do. Because I've totally been like that for development that I didn't think was worth doing. And the character has no constellations.
Share the good news with the whole city.
That's funny. They're like barely even a character at that point. Gotta go through all the stuff that I've already handled on my phone because the PS5 client keeps track of it separately. I don't know if I'm going to reach level 70 this time around. This ends in 13 days and I'm not gonna warp 40 times. This is actually the cause of my nightmare, where I pulled on a banner just so that I could get the battle pass rewards, and ended up getting a character and ruining my my what's it called? My guarantee. But I'll stay strong. We're not gonna pull on that. Be synthesizing 10 things each week? Oh, I don't have to do that. There's a weekly limit to how much experience points you can get, and I always beat the weekly limit. In fact, I'm already there right now, I think.
News with the whole city.
How would I check that here? So you get only 8,000 weekly experience points, and if you just do everything here, except for synthesize 10 consumables, then you'll always get it. That does require you to get to burn 1,400 Trailblaze power every week, but you should be burning that much anyway. I think the only achievement that I'm missing that needs an AXA is an enemy starts 3 consecutive turns subliminated, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to get that while I'm here. Unfortunately, I'm not able to leave to go to a place that has combat. I can try, though. I'm sure they won't let me, though. I can do that on the trial? The enemies last for 3 consecutive turns without dying? Let me see. How did you keep them alive? I guess you just don't kill them.
Take
wait and see.
Watch this magic trick. Repay. You deserve my attention.
Oh, interesting. I must have my signature light cone here, right? Oh wait, no. He gains energy when an enemy doesn't have sublimation. But I also do have my signature light cone here. But so I get the 10 energy here. So I burn this here.
Divine power, I reforge all things.
And then I skill.
Insanity.
And then I get, what's it called? So he was sublimated that time. Yeah, this is gonna work out.
Time for games.
Nothing major. I'm just a frail scholar. Look.
All because of his signature light cone here.
I reforge all things.
Oh no, I mean it's fine, I guess. He's going to definitely live, so it's fine.
Ready for another?
I could have stopped that if I wanted to.
Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
And I can basic here. Make sure he stays alive. Oh, jeez! He's still gonna die, oh no!
Enemy targets detected. Never seen perfection before.
Huh. How did he still die? I guess I gotta do it on the second wave.
Take a look.
Let's wait and see.
Watch this magic trick.
I guess I shouldn't use Pela's thing.
Repay. You deserve my attention. Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
I ran into the same problem in like pretty much every single game mode that I've tried to use an axe in. Everything just like dies before he gets to actually do the thing that he's supposed to be doing. Which is not really that big of a problem, I guess. It's kind of future-proofs him, I guess.
Enemy data
Right now, he's strong enough that everything just kind of dies, but eventually things will just get HP inflated enough that things will stay alive long enough to actually do the thing. Oh, I could also have frozen them, and then that way that would have been even better. Because it gets their next turn faster.
Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
Oh, he's still gonna die anyway. Doesn't matter.
Insanity.
And he still gets his ultimate turn anyway.
Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things. What's the
Last
matter?
sublimation. I had to use my skill, otherwise I won't have my thing in time.
Insanity. To the soul.
That's another sublimation. But actually, I ran out of energy, so I need someone to hit me. Or I need to get a turn before
Enemy targets detected.
before this guy goes.
Ready for another? Never seen
Oh, I
perfection
got hit, but
before.
it didn't matter. Alright, I gotta work on just the big guy then.
I'm just a frail look. With With this divine power,
So now I just gotta work on the big guy then.
reforge all things.
Yeah, there, Luffy.
Insanity. To the soul. I'll see you off.
Why does he not get his ultimate in time? So he'll get sublimated there.
Commencing support.
If I freeze him, will he be fast enough to do the next one? Alright, so now
Something out of nothing.
it still didn't work.
Insanity.
Alright, now he has to just live for the next turn.
Look, with this divine power, I reforge all
How's the little one doing?
things.
We actually got big news from daycare. She's now sitting in an actual, like, upright chair, like the other big kids in the class.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another?
There we go.
Impressive. Enemy data secure. Net marker activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Eternal sleep. The dead return. I'm just a frail scholar.
I'm just a frail scholar. Kills everything. Alright, that should be good in terms of achievements. That signature light cone is kind of crazy. Start of turns gain 10. Like, it's almost too good. Like, if it had been 12, then it actually would have been Serval's best in slot light cone. Because Serval uses passkey often, which gives you 12 energy every time you use your skill. And that's like just enough where if you use a 5% energy planer and the energy rope, and you skill 5 enemies with your talent, then you get your ultimate every single turn. But you have low base damage because you're using a 3-star light cone. But if it had been 12 instead of 10, then Serval could run that 5-star light cone, and she wouldn't have the ability, she wouldn't have the benefit of using the, if the enemy is hit with a weakness that was implanted by you, which is so super specific because they want to just only be used by him.
Sorry to keep you
It would still be better than passkey because it would be the same benefit but with more base stats.
All things are connected by origin and are made of the same essence.
Hey there, Julian. This is kind of like Wuthering Waves. It is. I mean, it's a gacha game, and just like Wuthering Waves is. Wuthering Waves is more of like an action game, like Genshin Impact. This is a turn-based RPG, but it's similar enough. Like, you know, there are characters you pull, and based on how often you pull the character, you get like, you know, better versions of that same character and so on. And you could make if the enemies hit you, you could make it up with getting hit by an enemy. But the benefit of using like passkey Serval is that if you have an action advancer, then Serval like ults, skills ults, and then gets advanced, and then, or you could just ult skill and then get advanced, and then ult skill ult with all the buffs up.
It's been a while, Lord Enexagoras.
Is that part of the Council of Elders? And like everyone's just like, oh, these are normal people that are not evil?
I greet you on behalf of all the citizens.
This guy's
of
clearly
Honkai
evil. What?
and express my deepest regret about what happened.
The people voted for this guy to be on the Council of Elders?
It's you. I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
Yeah, we should definitely not trust this guy at all.
They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
Oh, apparently I'm being racist because that's the whole race of people. Antikytherans? Could you say that again?
There are Antikytherans here?
Antikytherans?
They have
Totally
been a
being
rare
racist. I don't trust this guy at all. He looks like he would kill all of us.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revere.
It's not going to change my opinion.
I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Linus, holding an honorary position within the Council of Elders in Akima, and as the Fioros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
You can see them too?
You know about us. We Antikytherans perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaya is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar, if necessary, Lord Enexagoras, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
It's kind of interesting. There's actually a physics theorem. Now I'm digging real deep into my knowledge banks because I've been out of college for over a decade at this point. But there's this idea of waves being superimposed, right? So let's say that you have, a sine wave goes up and down, between 1 and -1. And then you've got a negative sine wave. And if you were to add up the values at every point along the way, that would go to 0, right? So there's a theory that every graph that you could make is just a combination of different versions of sine waves. Like if you change the frequency and the period and the amplitude and things like that, and you have enough of them, then you can basically make every graph. I don't know why I thought, I know why I thought of that. Is because he said that they perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Is this my breakfast time? No, it is almost 1 for me right now. I'm having some chicken soup because I'd been sick.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threats, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. a truth she undoubtedly comprehends. While I, and Exagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been waiting. Follow me, please.
More than all of modern radio is based on this. Just sending all those individual data points to send a sound wave. You can send a handful of coefficients and use coefficients to add them up to a standard wave. Thumbnail looks good. It's a pretty old one. I really need to update it, but thank you. It's from version 1. I should have updated to version 3.1,
Something on your mind,
but too lazy.
then Exagoras.
Nothing really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
A pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action, whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination. In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and time, thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
An intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era Arasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Perhaps the gods in their arrogance deemed it beneath them to reveal the perspectives to mortals.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Sky Father as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Oh.
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
It's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory and the change it may bring to this imperiled world. Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible.
Is that Kefli or Zagreus? Okay, no one else is super surprised by that, so maybe it's not, it's neither. And it's some sort of mechanism.
The children of humanity have indeed created a spectacle.
Welcome to Dawn Cloud. The atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Marmorial Palace.
Well, that's kind of rude.
With entry permitted only
I like Marmorial
to the
Palace.
invited. Only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we even have the honor to be in the presence of a titan.
Man, what are the chances that this whole place falls out of the sky at some point? Actually, that's impossible because it's the main place that's going to have treasure chests and whatnot.
Now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor
If this were
should
like a real
rightfully be
RPG,
mine, shouldn't it?
all of you would die.
I'll notify.
Yeah, you can see
Titan
Cersei's.
of your arrival. Kindly wait for a moment.
And here's her as
Soldier
well.
will be here to guide you shortly.
It's because they perceive the world through the waves and amplitudes of souls. To answer your question, Luffy, my throat is better. Yeah, I'd just say it's better.
In the meanwhile, you're welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you. But it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then. Now that I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the grove perceive another titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you. This titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities first.
Be aware, I can hear you perfectly well from here.
I knew that was going to happen. They have each other's thoughts. Not gonna lie, I'm very not interested in this portion of the story compared to what's going on with main character and Casterus. Like, as soon as they brought up, like, oh no, the Council of Elders are going to try to usurp Aglaya and her stuff. It was like, are they really going to try to make me care about some politics when I was just told that I'm actually have been dead for the past few months? And I'm going to leave my soul in like 14 days?
I suppose I can just ignore this.
How far can you go before Liga stops you? Well, let's see if I can go backwards. I don't even want to try to go backwards, because if it lets me, then it's just going to waste loading time. There are like no NPCs for me to talk to here. It is a little odd. There are two different things for me to do on the map. And on opposite sides of the area as well, two puzzles. Ooh, Aquila. I think that's the first time we've made Aquila's sign in the secret passage. Huh. It's so weird to not have any NPCs. But that kind of makes it easier to just kind of get all the treasure and the nymphs.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Seven, huh? And what do I want to eventually do? They need to eventually land on that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh-oh. I goofed. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I should be able to. Oh, there is an NPC here, but I actually can't talk to them. Interesting. Actually able to get pretty far without someone stopping me. Looks like the Matrix of Prescience. No achievement yet. There's still more to this area, apparently. This is a really big area.
I suppose I can just ignore this. Go melt it down.
Oops, I actually didn't mean to use that one. Oh, there's even more? What do you mean there's even more? I didn't even go to the other place. This goes on for quite a while. There's just a puzzle over there. Well, I gotta backtrack anyway, so I may as well just keep on going. You use the answer command and then you put in the thing you think the answer is. So I guess I gotta come back as a trailblazer. That's funny.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Ooh. There's a Hand of Whimsy here. Five? Okay, that's a lot. There's got to be at least a couple of achievements out here. Like this is such an open area. Not allowed to go any further that way. Actually looks kind of gorgeous. Like this looks better than usual for Star Rail, I'd say. Maybe it's because I'm on PS5, but I feel like compared to even like Scale Gorge, waterscape. Actually looks pretty good. Hey there, Poncho. One more coin to find. If I were a coin of whimsy, I would hide up here. Oh, I'm not allowed to go that high. Okay. As far as I'm allowed to go in that direction. Not allowed to go in this direction. There it is. Is there a bridge that I can make for myself? Doesn't look like it. I'll just park right here.
Not too shabby. Useful for alchemy. I suppose I can just ignore this.
It takes a real extreme skeptic to call the Titans false gods, you know? Seven. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Let me think about that again. He has a Titan literally living in his head. Yeah, like he knows what demigods are. Like he knows that there are actually core flames, and he knows that you know, there are actually immortal beings, and like there's proof of a lot of things. Like Castrus literally kills people that she touches. There's like a lot of proof going on in this world, but he's like, nah, I'm gonna believe my own thing. Alright, so what was I thinking of before? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this isn't going to work because of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, but then I'm just stuck. So I need to definitely be on the right side in some kind of way. But no, that also doesn't make that much sense. So I need to end up over here. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I need to end up on the right side some kind of way. Oh, okay, I know. Instead of trying to go that way, I need to just go this way instead. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I still end up dead because I'm going to be on the wrong side. Am I able to put my shadow onto the altar? Let's see what the rules are. Nope. One. Oh, well, I guess actually, as long as they end on the blue, it doesn't actually matter how long they're there for. So I could like start on the right side. I need to start on this side. I need to start on the left side because I need to be on the right side in order to press the yellow button.
I suppose I can just ignore this.
Now that he denies the using the powers more, he doesn't think that they're capable of solving the world's problems. But I feel like the Flame Chase journey isn't about the Titans solving the world's problems. Like, the Flame Chase journey is about the immortals killing the Titans, taking their core flames, becoming demigods, and then solving the problems themselves. Like, I feel like if he doesn't believe in Titans or gods, then he should love Aglaya's mission. Maybe he just doesn't like it because Aglaya came up with it.
Not too shabby. Useful for alchemy.
I mean, it will be useful for alchemy. It will not be useful for actual use. Still no achievement. Did I miss one along the way? Oh, he doesn't want to get magical powers and save the day. He wants to use technology. I mean, I guess that's kind of fair-ish. That's kind of like, you know, people that are like, okay, well, we got things like global warming and things are terrible, but maybe I don't need to actually worry about it because we'll just figure it out when it becomes a problem. you know, once the oceans have already started rising and whatnot, we'll just figure something out at that point in time. Or like, you know, let's just terraform Mars. That's probably easier than like recycling. That's a little different because that's like doing technology, believing in technology over just like behavior changes or things like that. But it's kind of the same concept. What if I only get the achievement if I do it as Trailblazer? That would throw me for a loop. Oh, look at this. It's the core flames surrounding us. Did I get stuck up here? I did. Also surprised that there's nothing to investigate over here. Okay, so in theory I could actually hit that flying pig out there. It looks like it actually has a yeah, thought so. That's kind of a cool looking image. Is it really just 3 pieces? Oh, they're actually 4 pieces. Okay. Close. Not quite. My favorite Pokemon is Jolteon. Still waiting on them to add that to Pokemon Unite. I think that this is important here. So then what actually needs to happen probably is this covers these two, and then there's this one over here. And then this one over here, and then this one over here. Yep. Definitely got everything over here. Now where I front loaded all the exploration, so now we can just have like a chunk of story stuff. What was the point of that warning?
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Looks like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
Yeah, I meant to target the pig. Yep. That's why I pressed the square button there. I would have chopped the wrong person anyway. Well, it's a good thing that the game took control over my aiming. Alright, I need to do the absolute reverse of what I just did. Literally as wrong as possible. It's like your sound waves cancel each other out. Yep. Now it looks like there's more to this area. No, there isn't. That's just... what's it called? Future locations.
Anaxagoras, I thought that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
As Kephale's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being.
He's clearly a bad guy.
Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago, who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly?
Seeing how fond of you Elder Kainis is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that Kainis is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kefali's followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the God of Deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible. Don't mutter to yourself like some sort of madman and disturb my meditation.
Poor Naxa gets trolled by people on the outside and on the inside. I actually was not expecting us to be allowed to do this without Trailblazer. But surely I win this automatically by having Cersei's in my body, right? I didn't get any reward for that. Do I normally get a reward for that? Maybe I just had to come back with Trailblazer. Maybe I locked myself out of getting something.
Over here.
Did I keep on answering that? Okay. That was my one shot. Another 7er. I need to have them start on the 7 right as I go there. Or as I need them to, as I'm falling off the platform. So they need to end on blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's not going to work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh-oh. Like a moth to a flame.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the Fates.
You could say it's the Fates' toy.
It's only the Crimnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the Council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the Grove, Akuma would be next in line, even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the Council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone.
Those are all reasonable assumptions.
Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
Politicians, am I
no
right?
There, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in. But it seems as though this kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours, just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think. I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
Could it be that the great tree painted in this mural is actually depicting me?
Oh yeah, there's the Aquila, Circe's. Are there other murals here? There's one. That's Geogrius, probably. I'm guessing this is just a visual glitch from the graphics not being high enough, the draw distance and whatnot. I don't know what this would be. Sort of a harvest or sky or something like that.
Tendril. No, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting. For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawncloud this time is not just to seek protection.
This line confuses me. They're talking about the mural and whatnot. And then Cersei's trying to figure out what the combination of Cersei's and Anaxa is. I guess that could not necessarily be her actual form. That could have been Cersei's after she'd already combined herself with Anaxa. And that's what she looks like right now. Reasonable 4-star, 5-star. Design, by the way. Could be a separate character. Or maybe he was trying to use her soul in order to do some sort of alchemy thing in the grove, and then he was ambushed, and then she saved him.
What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do.
This is the test.
1 year old. 2 years old.
Just scanning his whole memory.
Oh my. Even a member of the preeminent 7 sages must hug his drama stall to sleep.
Oh, this is a perfect combination here.
Interesting.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows.
He secretly loves dramas.
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
Yep.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
All dead a long time ago, probably.
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
Yep.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
So I decided to give up on Titans and do things myself.
Could this be
Wow.
the inception?
He's got
of your
Cersei's actually
research
being
with alchemy?
sincere for once.
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally naturally also came to learn of the Thesis' theory as well.
Oh, I remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves. This is why I thought that,
I
since
just
all
use my
living
own soul.
things stem from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
It's a pretty common trope with alchemists. I don't know how many of you watched the anime Full Metal Alchemist, but that's kind of the opening episode for both the original anime and also Brotherhood, which is the remake of the anime that follows the manga more closely. And also if you read the manga, because all three of them have slight differences. But basically they all open the same way. Edward and Alphonse, they live with their mother, and then she dies, and then they're very sad about it, so they try to use alchemy to bring her back to life, and it goes horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. It always does, because they can never have the equivalent exchange of a soul. So similar to that story from the last time, the dragon that ate the princess, Styxia. Yeah, and then the princess became the dragon, yeah.
Anaxa, you... I did it, teacher!
But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre. Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
Yep.
What do you mean?
They can never replace the soul.
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye. Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
One eye is all he took? That's pretty good.
Let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again. Don't disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own life.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
I wish to continue Thesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands. Even if you continue digging into this subject, your efforts will likely be futile.
I mean, that's not the point of research, though,
No,
is it?
teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of the souls is but the tip of the iceberg. I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world has become clearer than ever. I have grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours? However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
Seriously, you can't lampshade me. Just because you point out that the story, that the forced backstory of Anexa has nothing to do with the current plot, doesn't mean that it's okay for you to do
lies
it.
within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste for you to hold on to it. My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means.
Double force backstory.
Correct.
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into. Unfortunately, even if I was willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
You know, to most of the people in this area right now, Anax is just kind of muttering to himself while staring off into the distance.
Child of humanity, remember this. Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Lord Anaxa. I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium of reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's so
but
funny.
time
They
is
called
of
it
the
out too.
essence. I have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival. So please depart forthwith.
I saw that you were stark raving mad.
Finally, time.
I hate to interrupt this conversation with yourself,
Carefully.
but
The one who created the world, and the one who bears the world. If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
there are. A few of Akuma seem to like her pretty much. Like, pretty well.
Isn't that the dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
Your nickname is Dromus as well? You must really like those creatures.
See, now I get to speedrun this section. I don't even have to redo the puzzle. Go straight in here.
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Yet, in my view, there are only right and wrong perspectives. neither of which can coexist with the other.
What radical thinking.
That is pretty crazy.
I guess this is why the children of humanity always squabble with each other.
How boring.
You seem to be avoiding that Goldweaver person. Why don't you address her face to face?
I have nothing to talk about with her.
With that
Since
woman.
you're in my brain, you can look for the reason yourself.
Oh, the leader of the Flame Chase journey and a demigod of Nestia.
You're really searching through my brain. What are you treating it as? Some sort of
Stop
toy?
suggesting her to do it if you don't want her to actually do it.
You think quite highly of her, no?
That's because I'm a teacher who grades everyone fairly.
Lord Lygus and Lady Kindness are just ahead. I'll take my leave for now.
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Thought I saw a nymph, but they were just flowers. There's a treasure chest I missed.
Anaxagoras. Oh, I've heard so much about you. Head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove calamity. Did I miss anything? Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Everyone, stand down.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akna are so entitled to. As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses. And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs. But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters. Just like how there are two types of people in this world. Geniuses and dimwits.
Lobster never stood a chance. I wonder if I'm ever going to get into combat.
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras. Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions.
There's a chance of what their previous phrase where kindness was like, oh yeah, so it seems like you were actually part of this other school of thought. I heard that they have some detractors, and Anaxa was like, yeah, every school of thought has, you know, people that agree, people that disagree, just like there are two types of people in the world, geniuses and dimwits. I was like, well, when he says something like that, that's like a free ticket to join Wofster's team.
Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's
interesting.
history.
15 days. That also happens to be exactly how long Trailblazer has to live, so I'm sure that everything's going to culminate here for some reason.
May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Erechrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Oh my, 15 days and months. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a
Cersei's is such a troll, man.
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have. As expected of the hero who dared to step
Did they
up
just
to the
copy
plate.
paste Aventurine and like Ratio and just combine them and then put them into Amphorius?
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the golden thread?
Which one is Ratio? No, I meant the Anaxa is both Aventurine and Ratio. Like, Aventurine in the Penacony arc had a certain time limit to live and was willing to use his own life in order to achieve his goals. Just like Anaxa has a certain amount of time to live and is willing to use his life and his soul in order to achieve his goals. Meanwhile, just calling everyone idiot, just like Dr. Ratio does. The dead sister thing? Yeah, I didn't even make that connection, but yeah.
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well. You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other. Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom. Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaya. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama, who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed.
I think that if they released Cersei's separately, I would also pull her. I just like how snarky and trolly she is. Like, oh, you know, he's a follower of Kefali. Of course he detests evil. And like, oh, 15 days? Isn't that how long you have to live? That's so funny. I paused this because I was curious, like, the fact that they made me, like, decide whether I want to continue the story or, like, pause right there kind of makes me wonder, like, why that's the case. Like, are we about to start fighting something? Are we about to have a boss fight? Like, are we about to have 90 minutes of uninterrupted storytelling? Which I still have PTSD from. Actually, I have the time for 90 minutes of uninterrupted storytelling right now, though.
To take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool over our eyes and aid her in her savagery?
I don't know that she is prepared to execute me.
If Aglaya required a suitably intelligent Chrysos heir, then I'm the best fit for her needs. However, it's quite evident that she has no need for a Chrysos heir who could break free of her control at any time. Since I believe in neither Titans nor the prophecy, there's no way that I would willingly walk on the path that she
Like, it's one thing not believing in prophecy. You literally have a Titan.
Enforces her principles. How would she ever accept a heretic such as me?
I understand what you mean.
Maybe it's just
At the very
hyperbole.
least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to achieving peace in Akama. The Council of Elders is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen.
I guess English. So he could be saying, I don't believe in Titans, as in I don't have faith that they will, like if I were trying to do a task and you said, oh, I believe in you, like, that doesn't mean that I now acknowledge your resistance. It just means, like, I think you can do it. Like, I think that he means that in that sense.
However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaya are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed completely. The city will be burned to ashes, and the citizens' blood will be shed.
You're so convinced that Aglaya is going to make everything go terribly wrong.
What are you willing to do for our esteemed citizens, so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city?
Guarding to support the entire grove? That's probably not true, because for one thing, the entire grove is dead. And for another thing, I'm a blasphemous scholar that has many detractors, right?
Aglaya's authoritarianism, conceit, and arrogance have granted her unfettered control for the most part. Yet these traits are also her greatest weakness. If I can render her helpless by forcing her to experience the agonizing pain of betrayal, I am certain she will never recover from such a setback.
Surely you don't believe that such a tiny betrayal will be enough to push her to her wit's end.
What's more, there are many who remain silent, merely watching to see how much chaos I can unleash. Not to mention, you know full well that the Chrysos heirs have never been a united front.
In the name of Kefali, Akama thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts.
Me looking at an axe and seeing his eye patch made me remember that he only had to give up an eye in order to bring his sister back to life briefly, even though she's dead again. But, like, he got off really, really easily. When Alphonse and Eric tried to resurrect their mother, Alphonse lost his entire body. Like, his whole body is gone. He was just a floating soul that had to be bound to a suit of armor. Meanwhile, Eric lost his left arm and his right leg. So they lost a lot more than just one eye. Do you get to pick one as your waifu or something? And I don't know what that question is. Like, we were talking about text choices within here. But what do you mean by, do you get to pick one? Or do you mean like in this game in general? This game doesn't have any sort of romance options, as far as I know. There are games that do let you have that. I don't know of any gacha games that let you do that. What are some examples of games that let you do that? Record of Our Guest War. Like, I'm not gonna go to the main menu because it might reset my text progress, but I'll go to the menu after I'm done with this, and I'll show you some of the games on my list that do have romance options.
At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been renowned for its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity. The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akaba that it will always remain loyal to them. As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akama's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself?
That's a pretty good question. I don't know that I have an answer that an ex would give. And of course, he just says, "Trust me, bro." That's his only response to that.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is asking for proof of my loyalty is itself akin to a form of betrayal.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner. However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment. As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya, the Gold Weaver, is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
Oh. Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
Goading
So
her.
you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I. In any case, I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
You can do as she says. And tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame. No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
You think so? You think Castris is going to betray Aglaya?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat.
Which
if Aglaya
is?
can seize me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead. Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of my rare talents.
We shall see then.
I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Dying to know what I'm after.
I mean, I'm the reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
Easy there. You'll learn the answers soon enough. I I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly. The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
Alright, since I have the moment. So, games that my doesn't have a. Why don't I have the ability to like see this in the shop? But Record of Argest War. That's like a tactical RPG series where it spans multiple generations. So the main character that you start off with gets married and has offspring, and then those children continue on the story as the game goes on. Yeah, I wonder if I have any others. Dragon Age is a game series that has romance options in it. And that's all I know of. Star Ocean has doesn't have romance option, but does have like friendship mechanics. So each character, male or female, has like certain reactions that they have to things that you do. Dragon Age is like this as well. And towards the end of the game, depending on how much synergy you have with the various characters, then different dialogue options become available to you. But as far as this game goes, when you do pull the character, you do get them on your roster. But other than when they do their story stuff, they don't really interact with you very much. Like, I've pulled a lot of characters, but they don't really do anything special. The only special thing is their main story quests, and then also their character story quests, the companion missions, which are like special missions that give you more like detail about their character, like their soft spots, their annoyances, things like that. I agree. This game does have pretty good graphics, even though it's just a mobile game.
An expected visitor. Welcome once again. You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Very true.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan.
What? This guy evil? No way. Look at him. There's nothing wrong with him.
Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so.
Oh, he's talking about an Axa. Oh no.
Always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel.
That's so funny.
This comes with being the world bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated titan in person. Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey. A bygone myth tells of an occasion where carefully Watts answered their followers' questions on the peak of the Holy Mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of being a god.
Hear that? It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
I have no clue what's going on. Fill me in with the TLDR. There's a lot. So this is like a spacefaring game where you travel all over the galaxy. And for one reason or another, this place that we're currently in has never been observed before. We took the power of one of the gods that has power over memories, because apparently this place only exists as a memory. And it was revealed to us, and then we went down into the planet and we were shot down, so now we're stranded in this area. A bunch of stuff happened, and this planet has its own lore and its own gods and things like that. And basically, there's this evil plague thing that's kind of sweeping through the land, kind of like if you've played Breath of the Wild, the Malice, or if you've played like Forspoken, the Break. Basically, it's called the Black Tide, and it's creeping through things and killing everybody. So everyone's now in this one city, Akama, and that's like the last refuge for the people. And within this world, there are a group of selected mortals. Maybe mortal's not the right word, but there's a selected group of people called the Chrysos heirs, and they have heard a prophecy that they are going to basically go to each of the gods, they're called titans in this world, steal their core flame by either killing them, being offered it freely, or stealing it, whatever the means is. They're going to take their core flame, which is their essence or their soul or whatever, and then they're going to take it within themselves, become demigods, and then they're going to repel the Black Tide. That's kind of the backdrop for everything that's happening. This guy here, Anaxa, he's dead, but a Titan took over his dead body and kind of gave him a little bit more life. So now he's basically a walking corpse that also is connected with one of the Titans. He's supposed to be taking her core flame, but he hasn't because she's kind of keeping him alive. And this whole flame chase journey thing with the Chrysos heirs killing the gods and taking their core flames has been going on for thousands of years, at least 8,000 years, probably more than 1,000. And at the point that we're in right now, the humans, the Council of Elders, is basically kind of over it. They're kind of like, they're trying to, because the Akama has been under military rule for probably a couple 100 years at this point. And so the humans are trying to take back power from Aglaya, who's like the leader of the Chrysos heirs. And this guy here, who hates the prophecy and the Titans and Aglaya, even though he's a Chrysos heir and should be, taking the core flame and becoming a demigod, he's basically siding to work with the Council of Elders. And that's his general motivation for this chapter. And right in this moment, he is wondering whether Kefli, this god up here, the world-bearing Titan, is actually still alive. So he's going to use the Titan that's in his brain and in his soul to try to talk with Kefli and see if he's alive. And if he doesn't answer, then he's probably dead. And if he does answer, you know, then that's proof that he's actually still alive. I think that's a pretty good summary. Granted, given how like big the game is. We have like hundreds and hundreds of hours into this game. Like, he just looks like he's designed like an enemy. Look at him. He totally looks like an enemy. How am I supposed to trust anything this guy does or says? Yep. That's what the antler helm lady is.
Go on ahead. Take this Yanis shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be validated at the end of this journey. I believe Kefli will not deprive you of your right to ask your question, especially now that you're on the brink of death.
He already knows about me dying
You
too.
must be closer to Kefli than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?
I hope things go as you say, then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down. It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world, which is on the brink of destruction.
Apparently I'm still missing treasure
Honestly,
chest.
this is my first time going up to Dawncloud's peak.
Second time.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you recognize the magnificence of us Titans?
Well, I don't see how this place is different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades. And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from you.
Oh? Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things. Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefli. No time to waste here.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh? If Amphorius gets a new lease on life, you should focus on strengthening your body and stop shirking social interactions.
Save your concern.
Is he gonna even make it to 15 days?
Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now? I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
Wait. Is that...
be looking at?
Uh-oh. They don't see the same thing, even though they're in the same head?
Am I hallucinating?
Anax has lost it.
Do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
So this game is available on PC for free and is available on mobile devices. It does actually cover a lot of that stuff that you're talking about. Like the previous quest, the previous planet that we were on, had a lot of like that deep philosophical. Actually, every planet so far has been fairly philosophical. Maybe not so much her to space station, but like Penacony has like a dream world. It's kind of like, I mean, it's not really Inception because you don't dream within the dream, but it's more like the Matrix, where people basically pay to live in this, you know, blissful, no pain lifestyle. And there were a bunch of like different things that came up from that. The planet before that, we were on the Lafu with all the long life species. There's the god of abundance. They're called Aeons when they're outside of Emphorius. Blessed one planet with eternal life, basically, at one point in time. And, you know, it came with a cost, because of course it did. And there's like all sorts of stuff that went on with that. And Eurelo 6 has had a situation where, like, 700 years ago, there was like this legion of destruction worshippers that descended upon the planet, and the first Supreme Guardian basically prayed to, you know, bring the eternal freeze. So it basically like caused a super winter, and it like froze all the enemies, but it also like killed most of the civilization. And now there's just like this one pocket civilization of people left. And then there are people in the overworld, you know, the ones that like do military, and they also have like administrative people. And then there's the underworld, the miners, the people that actually like mine the geomarrow that actually fuel the people in the overworld. And there's like a sort of like class distinction thing going on with that. So like each planet has its own like pretty interesting thing that has some sort of moralistic implications. So if this is interesting to you, you know, feel free to play it and even stream it. I'd watch.
Oh, why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this trip, Nias?
Is Nias Strife?
Ah, yes. I know I've heard this name somewhere.
I think it is.
It's unfortunate. The Black Tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the fate of destruction?
Hey, Sarces. Do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a strange name?
One interesting thing that could happen is like Anaxa could tell Cersei's, hey, Cersei, scan my most recent memories as they're happening, and then she would get like a delayed feed of the things that he's seeing right now. Cersei seems to have like lost some of her past memories, so I'm not gonna blame her for not remembering this, but we'll move on.
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory. Could you be hallucinating?
This is
the other option, so either this is actually in the past and Cersei's doesn't remember, or all of Emphorius is in a time loop, which I've talked about a couple of times before. And we're seeing a previous version of the same events happening. Seeing a lot of departed souls here. Aren't you all glad that I already did all this stuff before? Imagine if we were doing all the story stuff and then we had to stop in order to bring out the Zagreus' hand.
You two again.
Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Well, regrettably.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
Who?
Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Apparently that's some demigod, but
Kaos. Demigod.
that's not one of the Chrysos heirs that we know about.
I've never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
Look on the bright side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
Hey! Are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Kaos. I'm guessing he's one of your companions?
Kaos? This name sounds just as strange to
Oh,
me.
you know what it also could be? So, throwing out more theories. What if this was the previous set of flame chasers, and they all became demigods, and then that then made them all become titans, and it was still kind of is a time loop, right? Where now they're all now titans, and now there's a new set of mortals that are going to go and kill them, get their core flames, become demigods, and then eventually become titans, and it just all kind of keeps on going forever. I'll install Rivals right now and get it. Yeah, go for it. It should be about the same size between the two of them.
Never mind. I think I know what this is about. If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but the souls of people.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up.
Okay, that's clearly not true, Anaxa. You know other people that can also see her. There's no reason to be rude.
Let's just keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits. Wander too far among the dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
Fine.
Seeing so many dead people.
This is indeed as I thought. Then this will be very amusing.
Like at some point in time, I'm going to start seeing more dead people than alive people.
So, we meet again. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a snooping ear.
Can you keep going?
Of course. I'm just... If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
I guess this also counts as one aspect of the world-bearing burden. If Amphorius does have a next life, you may want to get your body in shape.
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
I'm not getting anything of value from them.
I would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little.
Relatable.
I am Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages, after all.
Okay, Calypso.
Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Also, that's a new name, Helcalithis. Like, everything they're saying is, like, all new stuff.
She's one of the Seven Sages. A member of the Grove?
Oh, wait, when she introduced herself to us in the Grove the first time, didn't she call herself Calypso?
No, she can't be. I would know her name if she really were one of the Seven Sages. Hey,
Since he's one of the
Cersei.
Seven Sages.
Does the name Calypso ring a bell?
Uh-oh.
Cersei's?
Oh, that's real bad.
Gone. Doesn't matter. I can do this myself.
Did I stop seeing alive people?
Looks like I'm nearly there now. The land of the dead.
Yeah, I stopped seeing live people. Except for this really old person that's almost dead. But everyone else is, like, only dead people. When is it time to duel and level up and junk? I don't know. This game has been given more and more lengthy story bits and fewer combat bits as time goes on. Like, it used to be like...
Old world, where are you now? Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk. Alas, all that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Why are you chanting that too?
I was gonna say that back in the day, there used to be a lot more balance between combat and story. Like, these first few planets, it was like, you know, a little bit of talking, a little bit of fighting, a little bit of talking, a little bit of fighting. But now it's mostly just, with the past two planets, just been long bouts of story, and then maybe a couple of fights with the boss at the end.
All things are connected by origin and are made of the same essence.
I think that once we're done with the Nexus part of the story and we move on to, like, Castorus's part, I think there will be a little bit more combat. Oh yeah, that is another thing that the devs said. After version 3.0, the devs were like, oh, we've been getting feedback from players that, like, the story's too long and there's, like, too many puzzles and stuff like that. So we're just going to, like, make it so that there's a quick skip button. Like, it's not an actual skip button, but, like, there are certain dialogue options you can do to, like, basically make the person give the TLDR. And we're going to remove some of the puzzles that are required for you to advance in the story. Oh, I had a stranger pick up on one of my characters. I wonder who they borrowed. And I never understood why you would do that, because it's like, what are you doing? What do you mean you don't want to play the game? Why even play the game at that point, right? Like, they don't want to pull, they don't want to farm, they don't want to do anything. They just want to log in once every 2 weeks, auto clear the end game, and then talk about how easy it is, and then, you know, pull, I guess.
We're here. Finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question. But all
All of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless. Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself. Did I still fail to make it in time? Huh? So, I'm back here again. This is... I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the void world. A voice ready to tell me something.
Well, Anaxa died again.
This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
Since we've come this far, let's just wait.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Chaos must be Kefali.
Yes.
And this must be
And
Castorus.
we've been waiting for quite some time now.
At least it looks like Castorus.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
Unless he's the demigod of Kefali.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area. And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
Yes, I have faith in him.
That reminds me. Why are you making this trip alone, Polixia?
Polixia.
Oh, my sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine.
Oh, sister, okay. The sister that Castorus is always looking for.
Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Everything that I see and hear this time has left me shaken to the core. What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question. The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body. But no, I will not do that. That isn't important. Because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan is not a ludicrous idea after all.
And in fact, that's actually been what's been going on all along. Oh, Don Hung's point of view? I'm not going to be doing the voiceovers.
Thinking about.
I'm not well enough. Just read really quickly.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed, though. Plus, you seem to be strangely familiar with the city around the Great Tree. Events of the past, huh? I was also a child when I looked up at Cersei's. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars, and their trunk was like a pillar that supported the sky and ground. I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree, because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot. read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquala's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Circe's. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them. You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphorius is none other than Aquila himself. But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for. It's just, I never thought Grey would meet with something like that before we set off. As a physician, I should have been there by his side. Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh? In any case, what we're looking for could be anywhere in this enormous grove. Let's split up to cover more ground. Danny, with your skills, I'm sure those monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway. Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
Have a good night, Luffy. Thanks for stopping by. I wonder if that's why the flame chase journey hasn't been successful yet. So, just not to talk about, I'm still thinking about Anax's stuff, right? So, the current set of Titans are actually mortals that became demigods and eventually they lost their humanity and then now they're Titans again. Does that mean that it's not just about getting all 12 core flames, but getting them quickly enough? Because in theory, we could get, 2 more core flames, but then Aglaia just turns into Nestia, or Tribby turns into Janus, or something like that. And then we have to get those 2 back to begin with. We do know that several hundred years ago, there was a Chrysos War, where only a fraction of the core flames were taken. And the journey ended with like a bunch of people dying, and now it's just picking back up again all this time later. In case you haven't been able to catch up or get the implication of all these terminologies, we got Don Hung here to explain it plainly. I feel like we're halfway through the story now. That can't be true. There's no way that's true. We're at the very beginning of the story still. But that was like a very succinct summarization of everything that's happened up until now. And since we're in the grove, we've actually already gotten all the treasure chests and all the puzzles that we're going to need for this area. Okay, I was wondering about that. We actually do have a trial done hung. And you know what? Sure. Trial done hung. Why not? The first character that we possess. In case your own Dan Heng is level 20. Yeah, in case you actually need to use Dan Heng. This game never runs out of content? Nope. I mean, at some point in time, the studio will shut down, and then the only way to access this game is going to be through private servers, and there's going to be no new content until a group of the players decide to come together and add new content to their private servers. But as long as MiHoYo's around, and I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon because they're the creators of Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero, and right now Honkai Star Rail is the most earning gacha game on the market. So they're probably not going anywhere anytime soon. At least got a couple of years. Oh, starting for mobile maybe. Oh yeah. I think that the numbers are like a lot more specific than I'm making it seem. I think it's like specifically in China for mobile. Like there are a whole bunch of qualifications on that statement. I think now would be a good time for me to go make lunch. I'm going to try this button that I see on YouTube Studio that's called Take a Break. I have no idea what it's going to do. In theory, it would play a video for you. But let's see what it does. Start break. Will show an ads to applicable users so your streamer can keep on earning. So listen to your sounds and remember to mute your mic. Okay, so it actually doesn't actually do anything. I don't think that anyone's going to get any ads because I'm not monetized. But we'll see. I'm going to press the button now. Alright, I'm back. With food. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty nervous to have this meal. Because I've been having like crackers and rice and just bread for the past 2 days. And this is my first, or I had a salad last night, so that was pretty fancy. I just had a salad. But I'm having pizza right now. I just took some more Imodium though, so probably I'll be fine. I mean, pizza's awesome. I mean, pizza is awesome. I'm hoping that it just stays in my stomach, you know? Why do I have a trial Dan Hung and the enemies aren't even wind weak?
Fighting is meaningless.
Stay put.
Oh, I can't even see what light cone he has. You know, interestingly enough, Dan Hung kind of works well with some of these new characters here.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
It's coming. Are you ready to go swim? Away we go!
Like his kit, even though he's like a terrible character, right? But he's got this thing where when he gets targeted with an ally ability, he gets res pin, and that can happen every other turn, right? So that's 36% res pin, and then also if with Tribby that's 24. It's like 60% res pin plus the crit rate body, and he's going to basically always have his buff active because of Sunday. So he'll take his turn, and then he won't be able to use this thing, and then Sunday will advance him, which then gives him his buff turn again.
Underestimating us will cost you. Delivering more.
Oh, unfortunately, Trial Dan Hung is not fast enough to stay ahead of Sunday. No, he is. That was me using Tribby's ultimate, and I have Dance 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 on, so he is fast enough. That was just me being bad.
This mortal form watch over you and guide you on your path.
And because he's not E6, I can't. It's every 3 turns that he gets his thing.
The truth of life and death. Sanctuary is but a vision.
Watch closely.
Fighting is meaningless.
I'm scared.
Stay put. Get them.
Serenity is before me.
Alright, I gotta make sure that I'm not tempted to do Dan Hung, to build Dan Hung after this. I don't have my res pin still for some reason.
I'll overcome the thorn.
so it can now be triggered. Superiority of reach. So I save my ultimate here.
I'm gonna hold everyone back again.
And then I use my Sunday ult, which gives me superiority of reach. Which gives me the res pin. And then also gives me the advance. And now I'm fully buffed. I got the 24 res pin, the 36 res pin, the 36 attack buff. The enemies have 30% vulnerability. I got the damage buff from Sunday. I got the attack boost from Ho-Ho's Light Cone. And I got the Sacerdos crit damage buff. And if I were E6, then I would get a bonus turn when I get this kill. But I don't because I'm not E6. I don't know, man. Dan Heng's looking kind of nice right now. Look at that. 30,000 damage? Wow. Big numbers for all that buff. Have I seen that enemy before? Oh, that's the enemy that gives a bonus turn to the enemy.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for. Or you could sit back and watch.
100% I can guarantee you, Hyacinth does way more damage than Dan Heng does, even though she's a healer.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please. All right, now let's get him.
Serenity is before me.
Watch closely. It's coming. Are you ready to let's win? Away we go! Delivering warmth. Super big meanie.
I'll overcome the thorn.
I'm wasting the energy gain, but that's okay.
Guide you on your path.
It's worth it to have the res pin, right? Actually don't know if that's the case.
Now farewell. Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death revealed the sanctuary is but a vision.
Ooh, 70,000.
Thieves or devils? I'll crush them all!
Are you ready to let's win? Away we go!
And then Truby just like does as much damage to the whole team.
The Black Tide is remarkably quick to detect the light of Amphorius. So or rather, the blessings of the Sky Priest in me, might have unknowingly called them to me. Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
So this dialogue this whole time has been against Naxa versus his old teacher. Have you heard the news GTA 6 got delayed again? Should anyone be surprised?
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching this guy. He's never mentioned anything about it. Might is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove. Yet, it is also this very blasphemer that Cersei favors. Fate sure works in mysterious ways. Oh, let me have a look. By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting, one after the other. Sure, go ahead. The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the Venerationists.
At least that's easy to remember. The mineralogists venerate the Titans.
As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa. If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talanton, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance. Nearly everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless. That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini treaty cannon could slip past their watch.
Usually the trial characters that they want you to use sort to the top. And my level 20 Dan Hung, or my level 50 Dan Hung was at the top, even though I don't have him favorited. But I did not see a Hyacine, so I'm assuming we don't have a trial Hyacine. I can double check though.
Newsporists primarily study the application of alchemy in soul repair. Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer, but that has never stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch. Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth.
I mean, that's pretty true for science.
To him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely because the skyship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself. It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists. with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their findings. Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even the scroll is completely new to me. That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's involved in? Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them. I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
A turbo-powered mini Tribby rocket is just like, this is Tribby, the character, and she uses rockets to attack. And for ultimate, she like flies on a rocket into the enemy. Unsurprisingly, since the character's not even out yet, no trial Hyacine to use. It wouldn't make sense for that to be the case. Since you're talking about bring back the trotters. I have no trotter pet yet, but we do have chimeras now.
The place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, you can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here. Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they sought. We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocheramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original. What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here. Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior was no different from bandits. Whew. You've got me there. Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castrum Kremnos. I guess they were spared. There are too many books in the Library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why don't we use the biblioslate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akama for reading after that.
Well, if there are reports, they don't go to me, they go to YouTube. Some say you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castor's Kremnos. That's why there's no word for a bunch of words in their language. Oops. How to be an internet troll 101, basically.
In here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him? I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that. Why else would they call him the Great Performer? When Anaxer established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone. Are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphorius? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn. They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the Grove.
Well, the fact that he's still part of the Grove means he successfully defended himself.
Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations? Anaxa would have probably been spared a lot of trouble if he had answered this way. Instead, he quoted past instances of the Flame Chase journey and posited that humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans. Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it? Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kithily, and this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious. Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end. One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, "Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods?" It was only after a brief silence that he answered, "I have never denied that titans are meant to be noble constructs. Yes, I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved, but what's for certain at least is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones. It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, each has a private sanctuary where they can conduct research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But with the grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while, right?
Am I crazy or did Bubbles lose the sunglasses? I mean, I kind of prefer it this way, so I'm not going to mess around with it, but pretty sure Bubbles is supposed to have sunglasses on right now.
This is the place, but where is everything? Materials for alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're all gone. Did the black tide destroy it all? No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking bright as rain, but come out covered in soot with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place.
bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
I feel like this isn't really his secret lab. I think this is just kind of like an interpretation of the map that already exists, because we were here before in the last story, and there was a guy that was like reading all the stuff off the shelf here. Like there was a little memory core here. And if no one was allowed in here except for Anaxa, then that doesn't make any sense. All right, Don Hung, you were great, but we're benching you. He actually doesn't know that he doesn't have any connection, because his parents died when he was only 5, so how would he know?
Going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Alchema, and me? Wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs.
But he's researching me.
Now,
That feels personal.
it seems Anaxa's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings. Annie, look at this. I have a bad feeling about this.
He actually he actually took some humans. I wonder, so that's kind of troubling. I guess, who was he sacrificing? Hopefully himself. I don't know. So he's going to try to steal Kefali.
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on soul transmutation. Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy.
What?
I just thought
An
of
alchemist trying to create a human soul?
Do you remember when the Black Tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Cersei's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
So we're saying that that's actually that's not the truth, but rather the truth is that Anaxa tried to fuse his own soul to Cersei's core flame himself. And Cersei was not a willing participant in the situation.
That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident? Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the Black Tide was closing in and your time was running out, what would you have done?
Rip out the formula. Try yourself.
Exactly. When the Black Tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame. No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Cersei's would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing. Like, what? There's only one Titan left in the world now. No. No way. He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us, it's not real, is it?
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world, so that students like you may still learn about the night sky. Astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here. Much like how the sky above the Holy City is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it. Often people know more than they let on. They simply choose to feign ignorance because they have no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we are different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance. We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see. Rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life, Why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself. But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
But I can, sir. I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and I shall accomplish this grand feat on your behalf.
You're right. I shall do just that. In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare no efforts fighting for the rights you deserve. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are. Become the one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
Child of humanity. You didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride.
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
That's a good comeback from Cersei.
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks. No. They constructed a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa. They call me a blasphemer, Cersei. But that doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods. It's just, as I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind has yet to find a way to tame.
Oh? If power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Which has been my question all along, so let's see.
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more? The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what makes up the soul, and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
No. I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Professor Anaxa, I'm here. Her life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end, and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I need.
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and her survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
For context, for those of you that don't watch a lot of Star Rail, this is Casterus. She has the power of death. Anything she touches just instantly dies. And it's been that way since she's been a child. So she like has a lot of hang-ups about saving lives and things like that.
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I have been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time. As unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core. The reason I say this is, as I've mentioned earlier, the answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now, but that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Of course you would remember. Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso, one of the 7 sages of the grove.
Calypso?
Huh? That's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it? And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the grove's past like the back of your hand?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul. Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world, so who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness, yet you have no idea who she is? The answer is evident, is it not? Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air. And they are no different from humans, because they all evolved from one.
Yep. We guessed this at the base of the mountain.
Does this answer disappoint you?
guess. Because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Other humans, probably.
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that. But it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can revive a titan?
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
I have news from Hyacinth and Danhung. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's ambitious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kindness is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you ought to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
Preposterous! The Christosiers only have their standing because of the Council of Elders! How dare they trample over it!
It's been a while.
That's rude. Oleg of Emphorius? No.
That's fine. I recognize you. The young lord has nothing but good words about your courage.
It has indeed been some time, Lord Krateros. What brings you here
But
in
for
such
real,
haste?
Oleg could totally be a 4-star, and so could Krateros.
Shh. Keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for Kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad. So, did something happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night? Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos Arena.
I figured this is something you would want to know.
We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
You have my gratitude. I will let Aglaya know about this right away.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually active lately. Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
That's...
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Craterhouse.
Alright, let's take a look at where we are story-wise. So we're on Dawn Cloud now. I think this might be a pretty good place to end it off. Bubble still doesn't have her sunglasses. Alright, sunglasses on. Yeah, I don't know what caused the sunglasses to be gone. But they're back now when I desummoned and resummoned. I think that when we got lost separated on the elevator, the sunglasses are a separate entity that spawned off. So that might be something that I'll play with later on. See ya, Wobster. Yeah, we're ending over here as well. Yeah, a lot of stuff happened during this stream. That's what happened when you play it for 4 hours and it's all story content. I'm going to try to be back tomorrow with more story content. We got a lot to go through. I gotta redo this. Still not that many NPCs here. Maybe they'll fill out more after the story is done. Yep, it's been loads of fun. Got a lot of story done. We got a couple more people interested in Star Rail as a game. Maybe we'll see some Poncho streams of Star Rail. Maybe we'll see some Mystery Man streams of Star Rail. It's all good. Trust me, you have hours and hours of combat stuff before you get to this type of gameplay where it's just hours and hours of story. I don't think we should trust the viewer count. I would be surprised if actually 20 people were watching. It's probably someone with an unsteady or unstable internet connection that's just disconnecting and reconnecting. Given that the likes are pretty flat and the people that are actually chatting are also pretty flat, it's possible. I mean, we do support our lurkers here. And we are doing the most current story bit right now, so some people are going to be watching. But I wouldn't put too much faith in it. Alright. I need to get ready because Sunny and Miss Stormy are going to be home soon. But we'll be back tomorrow maybe, hopefully. And throughout the week. No streams this weekend because it's Mother's Day. I'll be out of town. But Star Rail for the next couple of days. And then we'll be back with more Star Rail next week. And then Pokemon Unite finally. Streams return 2 Saturdays from now. But if you enjoyed the stream, be sure to leave a like. If you want to see more from me, be sure to subscribe. Thanks for watching as always. I'll see you next time. Take care and goodbye.